It's almost 9, but we'll just wait a couple of minutes. There are people still kind of rolling in, so just sit tight. We'll probably start in about 5 minutes. Okay, I lied. I think we're ready to go. So just want to let everyone know that if you have people you know that couldn't make it today, this is being webcast. And so it will be available on our webpage if you go into our webcast page. So again, just spread the word. I know a lot of people couldn't make it. People are just actually watching it through the webcast. Just want to make sure everyone knows that's available. Okay, so just want to welcome everyone today to our second workshop for the 2019 annual reporting season for AER. My name is Eugene Kang, and I work in the AER group. Today's goal will be to get everyone generally familiarized with the program, go through a couple of demonstrations with the web tool, and then mainly afford a lot of time for people to come down and work with our team to either answer questions about your facility, reporting emissions, or even to go hands-on with the reporting tool for entering information into your own facility's report. Before we get started, I just want to give a couple of housekeeping announcements. Bathrooms are located at the end of the hall when you exit the auditorium. If evacuation is called, please exit through the back and not through the front. If a shelter in place is necessary, such as the event of an earthquake, please drop and cover your head and evacuate when it's safe to do so. And lastly, please put your phones on silent or vibrate just so you won't cause any disruptions during the workshop. Okay, so just give you the agenda for today. We'll be giving, again, like a quick program overview. Also describe what's new for this reporting season versus last reporting season. Give a little bit of information about the reporting process itself. And then go over a couple of frequently asked questions. As I said before, a demonstration or a live demonstration of the AER reporting tool. Then we'll open up the floor for questions and answers. And again, try to reserve most of the time for you all to come down to ask us questions or work with our team. And again, for hands-on training with the AER web tool. Okay, so our annual emissions reporting program is implemented pursuant to South Coast AQMD Rule 301, specifically Subdivision E. Under this program, applicable facilities are required to report annual emissions for both permitted and non-permitted emissions, and pay emission fees for total emissions that exceed rule-specific thresholds for criteria pollutants, toxic pollutants, and ozone-depleting compounds. A facility is required to file a report if annual emissions are over, or if any three of these criteria are filled. If the facility's annual emissions are greater than or equal to 4 tons, for most of the criteria pollutants, VOCs, special organics, nitrous oxide, SOx, PM, or greater than or equal to 100 tons of carbon monoxide. They may be subject to report if they're also subject to the state's AB 2588 program for hotspots, or is subject to the criteria and toxics reporting regulation under CARB, or if the facility was just otherwise notified by the district to report. I kind of mentioned the AB 2588 facilities. Those facilities have a couple of extra requirements compared to your regular AER facilities. Both AER facilities and AB 2588 facilities are required to report all criteria pollutant emissions and 66 TACs, or toxic air contaminants, and also ozone depleting compounds. These pollutant emissions are reported on an annual basis with fees assessed if you exceed specific thresholds in 301. However, AB 2588 facilities are required to report an additional or a longer list of toxics every 4 years, which is what they call the quadrennial report. I mentioned CTR facilities. So the California Air Resources Board CTR regulation, which was developed as part of AB 617 efforts, requires a facility to report emissions if it either has a potential to emit of greater than or equal to 250 tons per year for any non-attainment criteria pollutant, or is subject to the state's greenhouse gas reporting rule, or is categorized as a high priority facility under the AB 2588 program. In our web tool, you can determine whether or not you're identified as an AB 2588 facility or a CTR facility on the facility information page. That top red box shows you whether or not you're AB 2588 and which phase you correspond to. And the box below that shows you if you are a CTR facility and the reason why you have been identified as a CTR facility. Question? Criteria and toxics reporting. Okay, and so as far as fee exemptions go, Rule 301 does have a couple of exemptions or fee exemptions for small dry cleaners and small businesses. A facility can receive a fee exemption for specific toxics and ozone depleting compounds if it qualifies based on whether it is a small dry cleaner or a small business. And its calculated emissions totals for specific toxics are less than 2 tons per year. In order to get this fee exemption, you also must, in your AER report, select the option for file for exemption. Okay, so we'll receive all this emissions data, and what do we use it for? Well, it's used for a variety of activities and programs, which include building an emissions inventory for our basin. This inventory is used when developing control strategies for our air quality management plan and also for rules in order to meet our statewide and basin goals for air quality. It's also used for compliance verification, permit conditions. Maybe there might be some conditions or rule limits for usages or emission limits, and so that's also used as something to look at to make sure that someone is in compliance. It's also used for compliance with the federal Title V program and also the district's reclaim program for NOx and SOx emissions. The revenue that's generated from these emissions also helps support a lot of programs that are also implemented here at the district to implement air quality programs that decrease emissions. And lastly, this emissions is also sent over to the California Air Resources Board in order for them to incorporate it into their statewide emissions inventory. So when's the due date this year for AER reports and payments? Well, 301 requires that reports are received no later than the 75th day of the calendar year. That day falls on a Sunday this year, so March 17th is the first SCAQMD working day after the 75th day. So it will be due March 17th, 2020 at 5 o'clock, no later than 5 o'clock. Something different this year that will hopefully make meeting the deadline easier is that submittal of the report is completely electronic, so no hard copies no hard copy submittals are required. And online payments have also been streamlined, so it's kind of more of like a easy one-step process, but I'll go into that in a little bit in a couple of slides after. If you still need to pay by check, we still have that option. To do so, you will need to print the AER payment voucher, which you can obtain through the web tool after submitting your report electronically. This voucher must be sent with a check then to one of the addresses here on this slide for either regular or overnight delivery. The voucher and check must be postmarked by March 17th, 2020 in order for it to be considered on time. We also still have the option for facilities to drop off payment. So using a messenger or a courier service. So just please use the return address on the slide if that's what you're intending to do. Okay, so that generally covers most of the program. I'll go over now what's new for this reporting year versus last year. Okay, so for AB 25-8 facilities, the quadrennial report corresponds to facilities that are tagged as Phase 1A. And so that means that they're going to have to report the longer list of toxins this year. I went over the electronic certification and AER report submittals, and also the streamlined online fee payment, which I'll go over in a couple slides later. A new feature this year is electronic report amendments, which are only applicable for report years 2019 and going forward. We have an expanded list of reportable toxics with fee thresholds, some new emission fee rates, and some flexibility that we've added as far as being able to use source test results in your annual emissions reports. The link here is for our AER webpage, which has all the information that I'm providing you with today, in addition to additional support documents. So if you want to know a little bit more about some of these things, you can go to our AER webpage here at this link. Okay, so I mentioned I'll go over a little bit more about electronic certification and AER report submittals. Previous report years require facilities to physically submit a hard copy of the report to us that was printed through the web tool, and you had to include like your summary page, your status page, your signature page. So this year and going forward, that will no longer be required. It's completely electronic. And the signature page is now replaced with a certify and submit process. That will be gone into a little bit more detail too during our AER web tool demonstration, so I won't go over that too much right now. Streamlined online fee payments. This has also been turned into a much quicker or easier process. In previous years, facilities need to first send a copy of their emission summary or fee summary page to our billing services department, at which point you would have to wait for an email to receive the invoice number, which you would then use to go onto our online payment portal and a reference in order to pay your emissions fees. That's no longer the case. Once you submit the report, the web tool automatically generates an invoice and puts you right through to our online payment portal. And so again, that's just all one-step process, and hopefully that will make it easier for you to submit, both your electronic report and payment on time. This is a screenshot of what the payment portal will look like, or a payment option will look like once you submit your report. If your payment is due, or if you have a payment due, you will be able to pick option 1 for the online payment. You'll be asked to select either payment method, whether it's a credit card, which carries a convenience fee at 2.25%, or using e-check, which carries no charge. After you select which payment method you're going to use, you will be required to agree to the terms of payment, and after you submit, you should receive a report submission confirmation. Expand list of reportable toxics, I mentioned with fee thresholds. These additional toxics were added to Table 4 of Rule 301 this past June. Diesel PM has been added now as a toxic that carries a fee threshold. And the other 40 or so additional toxics are exactly new. They're mainly just speciates of existing toxics, and that's more so you can have, to provide a mechanism for more accurate reporting of those specific toxics, namely the chlorinated dioxins, your chlorinated dibenzofurans, your PAHs, and your POMs. All right, so similar to previous years, a CPI-based fee increase has been applied for all pollutants that have fee thresholds. However, this year, new categories for toxic fees have been added as a result of the amendment to Rule 301 this past year. In order for these toxic fees to be applicable, though, you have to either exceed criteria pollutant thresholds, or be an AB 25.8 facility, or be subject to CARB CTR regulation. I mentioned flexibility on source tests. So previously, source test results had to be reviewed and approved by the district prior to being used in an annual emissions report. For this year's report and after, facilities will be able to use the results from a source test in an AER report so long as it's been submitted for review and approval before the AER submittal due date. Those results are considered valid until you've been notified that they've been disapproved, and in which case, if that happens, you're still going to be responsible for any fees on any underreported emissions. However, you won't be subject to any surcharges. So you would just be paying what you would have had to have paid. Okay, so that's basically covers most of the reporting process. I'll move along to the reporting process itself. Okay, so instructions on the reporting process is available. You can find it on our AER webpage. But generally, the reporting process entails first completing inputs for your facility information, listing all fuel types combusted by emission-generating equipment during the report year. You'll be listing all the emission sources at the facilities, both permitted and non-permitted, and then provide throughputs and any other material use information for all the emission sources, which will then be used by the tool to calculate the associated process emissions. So just wanted to remind everyone, as you're inputting this data, make sure you review all your data and your calculations. There's always a summary page towards the end that kind of breaks down what you have listed per emission source. So please make sure that those look right, especially for those who have previous reports. You can always compare with what you did in previous years. Just remember to also report any TAC emissions and also ozone depleting compounds. Supporting documentation for your throughputs, your material usage, you want to upload those as well. There's a feature in the tool where you can run data validation. So basically, once you hit that button towards the end of the process, it'll kind of give you flags for anything that might have been inputted incorrectly, provide you with some warnings or flags for deficiencies. And so it's a good way for you to go back into your report, and it's pretty detailed. It gives you an explanation of what you needed to do. So make sure you run that data validation before you submit your report and your fees. And again, please keep copies of all your records and your submittal in the event that you get audited. Okay, so we can now run through the frequently asked questions. I think most people ask, well, what type of emissions am I supposed to report in my report? Yeah, sorry, question?
Eugene, over here. Before you ask your question, we received a notice from our security department that some of you may have coming off of Golden Springs onto Copley turned into the first driveway, which is over by our fueling station on the underside of our parking garage. If you were one of those folks that parked in that area, we do need for you to move your vehicle. Otherwise, it might be towed. So thank you.
Quick question. Regarding the logs, usually we have in stations logs for consumptions of, let's say, a chemical. So to keep the records, in this year, we still have the same logs because the submittal it will be by web. It changed a little bit, but do you need the support of our logs, or will you skip it and make an Excel sheet with the data and keep the support in the records at the building?
So is your question, is it okay if you just have all the data inputted into a spreadsheet?
Yeah, usually we have in the logs in each stations, and we keep the records as a hard copy. But since this submittal, it will be a little bit different by the web, so we still have to have the logs on the building just for a support, or we will submit it in your system.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine as long as you have the records. I know this is electronic. I mean, you can also scan your records if you like and also upload the documents. But if you choose to do an Excel sheet, you may be asked to provide the actual hard copies to verify that the Excel sheet is correct. So yeah, you could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so like I was saying, this might be overly broad. Report all your emissions from both permitted and non-permitted equipment. So it might be easier to go over what not to report in your report. So mobile source emissions, your on-road and off-road motor vehicles, anything that's under the PERP or Portable Equipment Registration Program that's administered by the state. So those emissions don't need to be reported, PERP equipment. Architectural coatings, utility equipment, lawnmowers, leaf blowers, that kind of thing. Clean air solvents, and also non-combustion charbroilers and deep fat fryers operated by restaurants and establishments that are directly servicing consumers. If it's for commercial purposes or packaging, that's a different story. So those type of emissions would need to be reported. As far as the VOCs are concerned, please do not report any exempt materials that are listed in our Rule 102. And then going back to the references, or I'm sorry, the documentation, again, a lot of facilities may be using different documentation or data in order to support, let's say, emission factors they're using, if they don't choose to use our default emission factors that are available. So, some of these things could be coming from your SEMS, your continuous emissions monitoring systems, could be results from source tests, MSDS or SDS sheets. So just, a reminder, just make sure you keep all those copies in the event that you get audited. Again, speaking of audited, make sure you keep the records for a minimum of 5 years. And again, some of these you can upload to your report electronically. I mean, it's probably the best to upload all of that so you kind of have it in place and you don't need to be digging around for it later, 5 years later. But these are examples of some things you should keep. The report itself, again, throughput records or fuel or material usage records, and source test reports. Okay, so as I mentioned, everything is available online. All the material, this presentation, if you need access, you can go to our AER webpage. We have links for our help and support manual. Our AER team has both an email address and a phone number that you can contact us through, and so does the AB 2588 group. So these contacts or these phone numbers and emails would be useful for you guys if you have any additional questions. We'll be available throughout the reporting season, so if you need help, please call or email. I did mention a lot about Rule 301 amendments and specifically toxic fees. Most of your questions or answers to your questions can be found in our board package for that rule development. The link is provided here. But if you still have questions regarding that, you can always contact the program supervisor for that rule development team, Shah Dubirian. So his email address is also listed here. Okay, so that covers all the general information for the program and the report process. I'll be handing it over now to our Senior Air Quality Engineer, James Koizumi, which will go through a live demonstration of our AER web tool.
Good morning, everyone. So the first portion of the demonstration we're actually going to do on the slides because it's easier. Some of the interaction is going to be through email, so it would be better to show it on the slides. So to begin with, most of you are familiar, or all of you should have permits. That's how one of the ways you get into the program. Now, we define things a little bit differently than permitting. A lot of times when permitting talks about a device or permit unit, they will have several different types of processes combined. For example, up there, number one, there might be a permit unit which has one application number that covers both a dryer and a printing press. Now, we split those into two, and the reason we do that is because on a process level, the easiest way to understand it would be you want to be able to split all your processes by the type of throughput that goes in there. So in the case of a dryer, your throughput through a dryer would be natural gas. So you'd put that, your natural gas throughput, into the process. And if you haven't seen the web tool, this won't make too much sense, but don't worry, when we go through the actual live portion, it will make a lot more sense to you. And in the printing press portion of that unit, that would be inks. So your throughput would be how much ink you use or the solvent you use to clean your press. Now, in the second example, in that example, you don't have a permit. This would be an unpermitted unit, most likely under our rule 219. And in that case, you'll have to put that information in. When I show you the live demonstration, you'll see that staff has already put in the devices that are permitted. So anything that's not permitted, you'll have to do yourself. And that's that next bullet that we've already preloaded that information for you. Now, the way that the tool's built is there's different web pages, and the web pages are put together in these 5 different types. The first part will be facility information, and that'll just be general contact information, where your equipment is, and also, most importantly, whether your facility is operating or not operating. After that, you'll start building the report structure. You'll put in the types of fuels that you use, and then you'll start building your devices if they're not already permitted, or you'll go into those devices if they are permitted. Then you'll start actually putting in the throughputs in the process web page and also the emissions. Now, after you've done all that, we have some data validation tools that'll help you see if you're missing any information, and also give you summaries. And the summaries are important. Look at those summaries, because if you make a mistake, you'll see a lot of times in that summary. Like if you're a small business and then you look at your NOx emissions in the summaries and you see you have 1 million pounds of NOx, you know there's something wrong. And I'll show you how you can use the summaries to find those errors. And last, you'll do the report submission. So the way the devices are formed are according to these broader categories, and this will determine how the process page looks. So it's easier if you identify and you list your processes according to these different categories. So external combustion would be anything where the flame is open, like a boiler or a heater or a furnace. Internal combustion would be where you have the combustion inside, like valves in the chambers, like an internal combustion engine. And then spray coating would be either you're doing it in a spray booth or you're doing it outside in the open. If you're doing it in a spray booth, you have control over your PM emissions. And then other organics would be things like degreasers or wiping down your products. For storage tanks, for most of you guys, that'll be your underground storage tanks or your above ground storage tanks for your vehicles. And that's going to have a simplified page where you just put in the throughputs and there'll be default emission factors. However, if you have a tank farm or you're at a refinery, you'll be using typically EPA tanks to report those emissions. And the current EPA tanks is based on AP 42 Chapter 7. And a lot of you know, especially if you have these larger tanks, that's been updated. The announcement didn't come until December, so there was no way for us to build anything that would allow you to report using the current Chapter 7. So we would suggests that you report those emissions using the tanks program this year, and by next year, we'll have something in place that will have the new Chapter 7 equations in it. Future components only apply if you're subject to Rule 1173 or 1176, and if you are subject, you're more likely currently reporting, so I won't go over that in too much detail. And then lastly is the other process category. If none of your processes or devices fall into any of these other categories, you'll use the other process choice, and that'll let you customize how you report. Oh, lastly, there's also a process upset. If you have a process upset, you'll want to click on a box in the tool that I'll show you, and you'll be able to report that and the duration of that upset or breakdown, startup or shutdown. Now, I'm going to skip a couple of these slides because it'll make more sense when we do the walkthrough. So we'll skip this one, we'll skip this one, and we'll skip this one. All right, now we'll go into the reporting tool demonstration. Okay, this is our main page. You can get to our main page by going to aqmd.gov. Now, I'm going to show you how you get to the reporting tool. So the easiest way is to go to Online Services, and if you mouse over that menu on the top, that black menu, you can go down and drop down to Emission Reporting, and then click on that. And this will take you to our general emission reporting page. What you want to go to is the annual emissions reporting, which would be that first link. Now, this takes you directly to the web, to the interface for the reporting tool. I'm going to go back because it'll be easier to show this on the slides. Let's see. How do I make this large? You guys know how to make this large again? Sorry about that. I don't know, maybe with the presentations. Oh, here. There we go. All right, the icon on the bottom there. Okay, so there's two things you have to do to get into the web tool. The first part is to register as a user. And everybody should register as a user. Before, it didn't matter so much because you had to put wet signatures on a hard copy page. Now you're going to want to do this for every person who uses the tool, because especially for the people that are considered the responsible person for the facility, because they're going to have to certify. So they need to be logged in and certify at the end of this whole process, and I'll show you where that is. So if you have reported before, you already have a username and a password, so you'll just put it in this top box portion that's in this red box here and just click sign in. However, if you're a new user, this is the first time you're using our tool, what you're going to have to do is go through the registration process. So what you'll want to do is click on the second gold box where it says register here. Now, once you do that, you'll get a new web page, and this will ask you for information that's going to be used for that login. The first portion would be your username and email, and everything that has an asterisk next to all boxes that have asterisks next to them, these red asterisks, those are mandatory boxes. You'll have to fill that out, otherwise you won't be able to click the sign in button on the bottom. So you'll put in your username, your email address, you'll put in the password that you want, and pay close attention if you put spaces into your username, because that causes a lot of confusion. A lot of times people forget that they put spaces, and they'll concatenate their names, and they'll have trouble logging in. And so once you've put all this information in, and for the work address, it doesn't have to be the work address of the facility you're at. For example, if you're a consultant, you might want to use the consulting address, and also the work phone, you want to use your work phone. And at the end, you'll click on the gold button that says sign up. So once you do that, you're going to get an email, and or you'll get this page that says that you've completed the process, but you'll also get an email. And that email will go to whatever email address you put into the registration. And you'll want to look both in your inbox and also in your spam box, because sometimes the mail gets sent to the spam box. And you'll want to do this within 72 hours, because the token that allows you to log in expires after that 72 hours. This is the example of the email, and like it says, make sure you click on that link within 72 hours. So what happens if you forget your password? Well, if you forget your password, you go to that same page that you saw before, and you'll click on, you'll click on the blue link that says click here to reset your password. And once you do that, you'll get this new page, and it'll allow you to put the email address and use the email address that you registered with. Otherwise, you'll get a message that says no record of an email has been found. Please register as a user. And then here's a sample of the email that you'll get back. So it's the same thing as with your registration. Check both your inbox and your spam mail. And once you click on that link in your email, you'll get this new page that will allow you to put in your password. Okay, so now we've done all that. The next step will be to access the facility, and then this is where the live demonstration will go in effect. Now, because this year we tied our tool to the financial engine, we can't demonstrate using a test facility using the development version that you guys will see, or I should say the live version that you guys see. So I'm going to have to go and use our stage or our demo, our testing database. And because it's a testing database, it doesn't always work that well, because there are people in there trying to break things and set up new functionality for next year. So if we get stuck, we'll go back to the slides. Okay. Yeah, better. Okay, so what happened is, this is what you'll see when you're in the live tool, but I'm going to change it to the test tool, so don't use the link that I'm going to put in. Okay, so it looks like the live tool, but it's our test database. Okay, so that was a user login. So if you're a consultant, you'll be able to go in and you can change the facilities that you're trying to access by clicking on this top access facility on this top menu here. So you'll be able to go back and forth between different facilities. But however, for most of you, if you're doing this for your facility, you only have to do this for your facility. So you should have received a letter if you're reporting that has both your facility ID number and also your facility PIN. Now, this is the portion that you're going to want to keep confidential, because anybody who has this information is going to be able to log into the tool and change information or submit things. So if you have a concern, and this doesn't necessarily change from year to year, so if you have a concern that perhaps that you think somebody might have your PIN number, give us a call and we can change that PIN number for you. Okay, so once you've done that and you get in, on the left-hand side, this is going to show you all the reports that you've hopefully submitted. It should all say submitted like this, because this is a test tool. Not all of them are showing as being submitted. So we'll go down to the bottom here. And I'm going to try to sort of speed through this. If you want a really detailed demonstration, you can go to our webpage. I'll show you where. And you can look at the last presentation, which was 2 weeks ago on January 8th. But I'm hoping that most of you have already started, you've gotten in the tool and you started playing around with it, or you've reported in previous year. So on the left is that reporting structure. This is the part that we went over briefly. So these are the different web pages that you step through, and you'd always want to start from the top to the bottom. And this is very important, because some of the steps, if you skip them and you go back and do a previous step, it will erase anything you've done afterwards. So if you've reported before, what you're going to want to do is click on this import data from last year. And once you click on it, it'll give you a warning. It'll say, do you really want to do this? And the reason why you want to be careful about using this tool is if you put any information for the current year and you go back and you push this, everything you did before will be erased, because it's going to go back to our database and repopulate it from scratch. So be careful if you're doing this, not to push it once you've put data in. If you've never reported, then this won't apply to you because you don't have any information in the database. So the first step would be go to this facility information. You can either click on the left menu here, or you can click on this gold button that says Start Here. Now, the top information is information that we have about your facility based on permitting. You won't be able to change any of this information. However, if you see anything that's incorrect, like let's say you're not a Title V facility, or you're not AB 2588 and it's clicked, or vice versa, you'll want to contact us so that we can fix this for you. The equipment address is also fixed, because that's based on your permits. If your equipment address has changed, you're going to want to contact us, and you will also need to change your permits to reflect that. If you've previously reported, it's already going to have your NACS and SIC code. If not, you're going to have to enter it, or if your operations have changed such that your NACS and SIC codes have changed, you're going to want to place the new codes in there, and this will be reflected next year when you report. Now, the most important part of this page is every year, even if you're importing, you're going to have to identify the industry type and the operating. I think the industry type stays. So basically, you're going to have to tell us what your facility type is, and it will help the database give you the right pages. And then secondly, you're going to want to tell us if you're operating. Now, this is also sort of dangerous. You're going to want to be careful. If you've operated any time during the year, you're going to want to say your facility is operating. You're not want to click permanently shut down or temporarily shut down, because that potentially could erase information that you've downloaded previously. So if you're operating any part of the year, you're going to want to report those emissions, and you're going to want to say you're operating. If you're permanently shut down, go ahead and click that, and then there'll be another screen that you'll have to clean that, finish, and I'll show you that. And then on the temporary shutdown, you may want to call us and ask us whether you should use that, and we'd walk you through that. There's a question. Do we have a microphone? Oh, we can go over there.
Erroneously erase your previous data.
Yes.
That's just for that one reporting year, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. You can't erase data for previous years. This would be just for things you're doing currently. Thanks for that clarification. So anyway, so you'll want to click on operating for most of you. Most of you aren't shutting down or temporarily shut down. And then these next set of boxes, you'll click to tell us a little bit about your facility, and that will also help how the tool will respond to you. The reporting of greenhouse gases is completely voluntary for our program. If you are part of the 617 program, you're going to want to report how the state reports, and you can optionally report to us. The second one is if your facility produces electricity, you're going to want to click on that box. If your facility is subject to Rule 1173 and 1176, you'll want to click on that box. Small business, you'll click on this box. And then if you have any sort of non-routine emissions, you'll want to click on this last box. And it's important that you do this here, because if you don't do this here and you go on and you've had this, you won't see the pages where you need to report those non-routine emissions. Question, Wing? Do you have a?
If you can wait until you get the mic just for the people on the webcast to hear your question.
Yeah, you said if you're producing electricity, are you talking about any type of electricity like solar or just emissions?
No, it's if you're if you're actually generating, like you have a turbine or an engine or boiler that's generating
Okay, so not solar.
electricity. Yeah, solar would not qualify for that. That's correct, right? Now that I said that, I believe that's so, because it has to do with the rules that you'd be subject to, and you wouldn't be subject for solar. Then if you are the main contact, the preparer, and the authorized facility representative, then you would fill out just the top box. Most likely that'd be already filled out for you. If not, go ahead and fill that out. And then you'll want to either click these boxes or unclick them if they're different, and place those different people, information for those different people in the boxes that appear once you unselect that checkbox. Operating schedule, you'll want to put in your average operating schedule for the year, because I know some people, you might have quarters where you do overtime or you run 2 shifts. You don't want to put that information in there. You just want to put what you would normally operate. Now, do we have a question? Oh, okay. Sorry. So the next one would be data confidentiality. If you have anything that you think are confidential, like your throughputs and such, you'll want to click on this box, and you'll want to make comments on what portions you believe are confidential. The one thing that you can't declare confidential is the actual emissions, because that gets reported to the public. So once you're done with all this, the most important thing is to click Save. If you don't click Save and you go to the next page, the tool will not save that information, and you'll have to go back and put that information back in. So we'll just click Save here, and then we'll go next. Okay, so in this case, this facility is considered AB 2588. If you're considered AB 2588 and this is your reporting year, you're going to have to put in your receptors. So what you'll want to do is go out and find your closest worker receptor and also your closest residential receptor, and you'll want to put in those distances in there. And the distances are what will have a red box next to it. The other information you can put in, or this year you can leave out. In the future, that's going to be required if you're under the state AB 617. So once you filled that out, you can go to next. Now, this is the facility status page. For most of you, this won't matter. However, if you fall into these categories like a facility shutdown, change of ownership, change in equipment location, you're going to want to click on these. And when you click on these, you'll get additional fields that are required. You'll have to enter information into those fields. Now, if your emissions are 0 or your emissions are reduced by 50%, you'll want to click on this, and you'll want to put an explanation in here. Excuse me, in case your audit, because when we're doing the audit, we go back and we look at your emissions profile across the years. So if you have a year that's an anomaly, you're going to want to tell us why, and that'll save time for us having to call you and ask you why that anomaly occurred. And the other thing too is if you've had to submit an installment payment, think of this sort of like how the taxes work. If you're above 10 tons of criteria emissions, Rule 301 requires that you pay installments or one installment. So if you pay that installment and then your emissions drop greater than 50%, you're going to end up having a rebate because the installments are based on 50% of the previous year's emissions. So automatically it will click this rebate. Where did that go? Yeah, it'll click here, and then you should go and put the information on why your emissions have gone down. If you have been reporting for a couple years and you notice that your actual emissions are below the thresholds, those 4 tons for the criteria, or 50 tons for CO, you can click on this box and request an exemption. And what the exemption will do is you won't need to report. Currently, we give the exemption for 3 years, but that might change with AB 617. And then if you're using an alternate calculation, you're going to click on this box. And if you have any other special circumstance that you're going to want to alert the staff to, you're going to want to click on this box and provide an explanation. And then once again, save so that you don't lose that information. Then we'll go to next. Okay, so this is the start of reporting emissions. What you're going to want to do is specify the fuels at your facility. You're going to want to try to do this up front because if you don't do this, there'll be boxes that you won't be able to fill out later, and you won't necessarily remember that you forgot to do this. You can go back, but you might not be able to figure out why you need to go back. So in this case, I've already put in natural gas to try to speed this up, but we'll also add diesel fuel in here. And this year we've marked that diesel as fuel oil number 2 because a lot of times people are having difficulty figuring out which fuel oil to choose for diesel. So then you'll go ahead and save that. And then we'll go to the next page. Now this is the heart of the emissions reporting. So when you look down here, staff's pre-populated or should have pre-populated all your permits. If you had something that was permitted at late last year, it might not be here and you might need to add it, but it should have all your permitted equipment. So anything that's not permitted, I'm going to walk you through how to add the source. If you have permitted equipment, what you're going to want to do is to click on this open action to the left. And then actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new, I'll walk you through new. So we'll click on new here to add a new source. So let's say you have a new fire pump engine that you put in and it has a permit. If it doesn't have a permit, you don't have to click on this, but if it does have a permit, you're going to want to add the permit number in here. And then every year for all your devices, you're going to have to go into here and tell it what your status for this device is. If it's normal operation, not generating emissions, non-operation, shut down or removed, or duplicate. For most people, it's always going to be normal operation. However, there are 2 cases that might also occur. If let's say, for example, you had a previous fire pump that you retired and you've retired the permit and you've removed that device. You're going to want to mark under that permit or application number that this device is duplicate and then put in the new device or device number, ES number, so that we can figure out where you're reporting those, because once a device is in the tool, it never gets erased so that we don't have problems with duplicate device numbers. the ES numbers. So in this case, we'll go back. If you have a control device, the way that the tool's designed is that you report all your emissions at the actual process that generates the emissions. So there'll be a control efficiency on that device. For example, if you have a spray booth, you'll see that the control efficiency on that device. So if you have like a bag house or additional control afterwards, you're going to want to put not generating emissions for that device, control device, because you're going to be reporting at the process. And this will become clearer as we go on. So let's go back and make this normal operations. And once you do that, you're going to have to click here and choose that type of device that you have. In this case, it'll be internal combustion engine. And once you click it, you'll get different choices. The default, if you don't know what type of engine it is the lean burn engine. And we'll say for this fire pump, we have a catalyst. And we'll save that. And then there's a couple buttons. You can either save and stay where you are, save and go back to the emission sources, which what that page that we came from, or you can go directly to the process reporting, depending on how you want to do the data entry. Because some people like to do everything per device, and other people like to put all the devices in and then go into the process reporting. So we'll go back to the device page. So this is that page we saw before with a list of all your devices. So in this case, we've added this internal combustion engine. When you go to get to the process page, you'll click on the other link here called reference. And then you'll get a pop-up. And for right now, we only have one process. Every time you create a device or anytime you have a device, you'll have one process. And I'll go back later and show you how to add it and why you'd want to add it. So let's go in and we'll open this process. Now, this is where your throughputs you're going to put in, and then the emission factors you're going to put in, or you're going to select the default emission factors, and then it'll calculate the emissions for you. So like I said, always start with step 1. Otherwise, if you go and start with step 2, when you have to go back and complete step 1, it's going to erase what you've done after that. So for this, we'll put in fire pump. We'll choose the diesel fuel, and then we'll put in a rule 1110.2, and then we'll click save. If you didn't put the fuel here, you won't be able to select anything here, and so you won't be able to complete this page, and you'll have to go back to the fuels and add the fuels. But we've already done that, so we'll save here. Now for small combustion devices, we have default emission factors. The TAC emission factors will always populate for combustion using the default, but you'll have to click here if you want to use the defaults for the criteria emissions. So this is like I was showing you. If you go back, you skip this step, like I skipped 2, you'll have to go back to it. And let's say for here, we'll just say that we're doing 1,000 gallons, which is M gallons. And you won't typically use 100,000 gallons, but this is just for an example. The best thing to do is anytime you say comment, put something in that comment, so in case you're audited, people, the staff will know, and depending on how detailed it is, will more likely not have to call you. So if you put in here for your fuel usage, and then you upload your a summary of your purchase records. I'll show you how to upload that. We're less likely to call you if there's an audit. And also, let's say it's 5 years from now, somebody calls you and says, how did you come up with that throughput? In this case, it's easy because it's the diesel fuel, you'll know that. But other times, you might not know. You might forget what MSDS you're using. So it's nice to put that information in there. So once we have that in there, because we're using the default emission factors, the emissions will automatically fill in. So I'm going to speed through this and go back to another one where we're actually putting emissions for you so you can see how that works. So we'll go back to the ES page. So why would you want to have multiple processes? And I'll show you why using the spray booth. So when you have a spray booth, typically you'll have several different types of things that you spray. The easiest thing to do would be it's going to be difficult when you first enter information, but it'll be easier if you have to report several years, or in future years, and you'll see why. So in this case, if you just put everything together and you did this on a spreadsheet and you just put one value in there, every year you're going to have to do that. And it's going to cause, you're going to have to do a lot of work to do this. However, if you split things, like for example, in this case, I'm using two solvents. I'm using solvent 100 and coating 200. And let's say I have a third coating 300. I'm going to want to add a new process each time. And the way you do that is once you get to this pop-up screen for the process, you want to click Add Process. And you go down here, and you want to put a process description. So in this case, we'll say that we're using coating 300. And click OK. That'll take us to this page. And so we'll go back and we'll do step one, and I'll walk you through how we do the step one. So like you saw when we did the IC engine previously, it had less fields. For the spray booth, it's going to have more fields, and it's going to be based on the information that you gave the tool earlier. So like I was saying, everything that has a red asterisk next to you, you're going to have to fill out. So you're going to have to fill out what major group this coding belongs to. So in this case, it's coding. So we'll click that. And the type of operation, because this facility is furniture manufacturing, we'll say that it does wood products coating. And then the method, it'll use HVLP gun. So we'll click on that. And then the type of material, we'll say that this is a multi-colored coating. It could be a top coat or a pigmented top coat, and in that case you would choose the corresponding type of material, and then you'll put in a material description. It will, for the spray booth, it will automatically choose the rule based on the type of operation you have. But if you know you're subject to additional rules, you'll want to click on this link, and then you'll add whatever rule that applies, other rules that apply, and then you'll click Save. Then we'll go through the throughput. In this case, we'll say that we've used gallons, and then let's say we use 100 gallons of this material. And then we'll say where we got that information. We keep, for example, you keep daily logs because you're subject to the rule products coding rule. And then in this case, if you don't have defaults, like in the combustion section, you'll actually have to choose the type of pollutants you have. So in this case, we'll choose VOC, and we'll say 2.5 pounds per gallon. And then we'll say that we got this from MSDS. You can just click MSDS, but I think it'd be wiser if you put in specifically the manufacturer and the product name and the date of the MSDS, so you remember. Because if you get audited and you have to go back, you might have several MSDSs, then you might not know which one you use to do this reporting. And then because it was a spray booth, there's also PM emissions. Now, the PM emissions are easier or more difficult because most MSDSs don't have the solid contents on there. And in this case, you could just click here on the default. So you're using the default for the solid content, for the transfer efficiency, and for the control efficiency. And then you'll select AQMD defaults for that, and then you can click Save. So that's for the criteria pollutants. If you have toxics, you do the same sort of thing, except you'd have to pick from a larger list. Benzene, let's say 1.5, and we'll say that we got this from MSDS, and we'll click Save, and then it'll automatically calculate those emissions for you, and then you can go back to the reference. So if you set things up like this, it'll be easier because next year when you go back, if you have to report, you can just put the throughputs for each one of these coatings, and all that, all the emission factors and the control efficiencies, transfer efficiencies, those will all be imported from the previous year. So you'll just be able to go in there and just put the throughputs and you'll be done. You won't have to do anything on the outside and try to come up with a single line item to put in there. Okay, so now we're going to say that we're done with this. We've gone through and we put information for all these different devices. So the next thing you're going to want to do is look at the summaries. Now the summaries are broken down into criteria, toxics, and fees. Like I was saying, this is a good tool because like if you come in here and you look and you're like, wow, how did I generate 23 tons of NOx for this for my facility? If you click on that, it'll tell you, it'll give you a list of devices that are generating this pollutant. So you, in this case, we'll go back and you'll see this is the internal combustion engine. We'll say, oh, look at that. I accidentally put 100, not 10. You'll click that, and then you can go back to your summaries, and you'll look, and you'll say, okay, that makes more sense. I'm not generating 10 tons, I'm only generating 8. So this is also broken down between the permitted and non-permitted, so you'll be able to see, it'll also help you break down, because if you had non-permitted equipment here, you do the same thing, and it'll give you a list of the equipment based on that pollutant. The toxics, this is going to be new. So the criteria hasn't changed. So if you've done this before, that's how it looks. This is going to be new to everybody. These are the changes that have been made based on our last 301. Now, previously for the toxic fees, there was just a fee per one of the 24 compounds that people were supposed to report. That's been expanded to the 66 to allow, it's the same 24 with the addition of diesel particulate emission matter, and also expanding out the pHs and the palms and the dioxins to allow people to speciate that, because some of those, they'll have lower toxic carcinogenic potency factors. So the first table we'll look at is this cancer potency weighted emissions. So this only applies for those 66 pollutants under the Rule 301 that you have to report emissions. Now, if you look here a little bit above, this is the equation that comes out of the rule. So what happens is we take the emissions, which is the TAC emissions here. We multiply it times the cancer potency factor, which is the health factor published by the state, and then also by the multi-pathway factor, which shows whether or not the pollutant might have multiple routes, oral as well as inhalation routes. And then that comes up with what is termed the cancer potency weighted emission fee. Now, once that's calculated, it's multiplied by $5 this year, and then next year that's going to go up to $10. So if you look in this table here, this shows you all the different components that went into this. And it calculates that fee based on it. And like the previous section, like in the criteria pool, you can click on this and it'll show you all the devices. So let's say if you look down here and you see, wow, for benzene, I'm doing 250 pounds, and I don't think so. I don't think that's what the case is. You can go back, and when you click on this, it will take you back to the spray booth for where you put in the benzene. And it will also show you like all the, this is already broken down. So the breakdown, and it'll show you where all these are coming from. So the last thing to note is that only for, let me see, close that back down. Only for diesel internal combustion engines, the fees are based on the diesel particulate matter. So even though when we go back here and you see that there are a whole bunch of pollutants that are being reported, and a lot of these also fall under tax that require fees. In the case of the internal combustion engine that's using diesel fuel, all these pollutants above will not be charged a fee because the surrogate will be, one fee will be charged for diesel particulate. It'll be considered a surrogate fee for all these. And so when you go to the summary, you'll notice that in this table, certain ones have, let's scoot over. When you click on this, it'll tell you whether or not those devices are being subject to fees. So if you look, only the internal combustion engine, the fees are based only on the DPM. All the other ones, you're being charged fees. So you can look in here and see whether or not that is right, or if you go in here and you see something different under the internal combustion engine, you can call us and tell us that you're seeing something different. And that might be because you actually put in source testing data in there. So that is the first table we'll look at. The second table has to do with ammonia and ozone depleting compounds. This is still being reported in this tax screen, but if you look at 301, these have been pulled out from that, what used to be table 4, and put into table 3, where the criteria pollutants are, and that's because we're considering these regional pollutants. And on the regional pollutants, there's a graduated fee, so depending on how much you emit, the fee changes. So there'll be different slots, like if you're under 25 tons, you pay one fee. If you're if you're between 50 and 75, you'll pay a different fee. Now for these tax, that structure is set up, but currently they all have the same fee. So it doesn't matter how much you are emitting for this year, you'll get the same fee for ammonia and for the hydrofluorocarbons and for trike, 111 trike. So in this case, the only thing that we're reporting for this facility would be the ammonia. And here you can click and it'll show you where the emissions are coming from. Now, the flat fee is if you have a device that has any of these tax fees above, you're going to get a flat fee charge for that device. And this shows you which devices are being charged the flat fee. So you can go back and check, because maybe you'll say, oh, I made a mistake and I really don't have TAC emissions in one of the devices. It's only in one spray booth. It's not in both spray booths. So those are all the ones you'll pay fees for. If you are subject to AB 25A, and this is your reporting year, you will see those emissions occur here, but there's no fees associated. This just allows you to see the summary. Yes. Oh, Wayne, can you bring the microphone so the people who are on the webcast, can you,
Hello, could you please go back to the previous table?
To the previous.
The per
flat-
device?
Per device, yes.
Yes. So I was just curious, how come heater is not included? It says false.
Oh, you're only charged with device fee. I didn't say that right. If you go over the facility thresholds in that tax for that device.
Facility threshold or device thresholds?
Well, in this case, they're treated the same because it's the threshold that the state gives us. And you can see that in the cancer weighted. You'll see the, let me unclick this.
So for the device fee, it is device specific. So for that particular device, if you don't go over the threshold, you
Threshold?
will not be assessed a device fee.
Thank you very much.
And then you can see the thresholds here under the cancer potent weighted fee. Thanks for that question. So once we're done with the summaries, if you look through and everything looks okay, oh, actually, the last one, this is the most important one. Go to the fee page and always check this fee page to make sure that this looks like what you believe you should report. Because once we go and you submit it, previously we could unlock it before the deadline, but because it's now tied to our financial tool, once you click on that, it's pretty set. The only way to undo it would be to contact us, and then we have to contact the finance department and go through a real lengthy process to undo that. So make sure you go and check your fees here and see that those are the fees that you would expect to pay. And if not, then go back and look at your criteria and tax commissions and see if you can find where that fee that you aren't expecting is coming from. So once we're done with all that, we'll go to data validation. Now, this is a really useful tool. When you click on data validation, let me make an error so that we can see. We're going to forget to click operating on our status, and we're going to go to data validation. So when we click data validation, you should see, how come I don't see an error? Oh, because I didn't save. Okay, let's go back and remember to save. All right, now when we go to data validation, we click on it, we should see the error. So what happens is it has a code, and then it'll also tell you what process or what page in the tool had that error, and then it'll tell you what type of error. So warnings will give you a hint that something's wrong. It may or may not be wrong. One of the new things is under the natural gas this year, or actually under all the combustion, for the ammonia, we actually have 3 different emission factors depending on whether you're just having emissions from the combustion process or if you have control technology like selective catalytic reduction. In those cases, you want to go back and change the default emission factor to one of the others. And then let's say in this case you actually have an error, so we'll click on that error. It'll take you back to the facility information page, and then you'll go down and you'll look and you'll say, oh, I'm looking at all the asterisk boxes and I realize I didn't fill out this. So then you fix that, go to the bottom, we save that, and then when we go back to validation, that should be gone. We got a warning here that our VOC emission factor is high. So that's based on the rules. So in this case, it's warning you that that you probably didn't look at the right MSDS, or you put in that value incorrectly. So you can go back and check that by clicking on that. That takes you back to the spray booth where you can verify that whether or not that VOC emission factor is correct. So once you've done this and you only have warnings and you're okay with those warnings, then we can go to a couple things. You can either print the report, but you'll also get that printed when you do the report submission. and then you can choose portions of it. And if you do it at this stage, you'll get a watermark that says that it's draft. You can also print or download the Excel reports. There's two reports. There's one that has reports for the criteria pollutants, and the second one that has TAC. And this is all the data that you put in here, because what's in the printed report, some of that are summary information, but this will be all the information that you've entered or that was downloaded from the previous year. So now we're ready to go to the report submission. So like I was saying, this shows you the errors you have and the warnings. If you have any errors, you won't be able to do it. If you have warnings, you can. Now, this is the point of no return. Like I was saying, you want to make sure that everything's right, because you won't be able to go back and correct this without contacting us and going through a lot of processes, a lot of departments to undo this. So in this case, we've checked everything, it looks fine, and we'll click generate report. And see, it gives you the warning to say, are you really sure? And then you say, yes, I'm really sure. I'm confident that this is correct. And this process takes a little bit of time because, like I was saying previously, it generates the printed reports. So it's gathering all the information and putting that together. How are we on time? I guess we look okay? Okay. Or it could be that our finance tool isn't working, because we were having some trouble with that earlier. Like I was saying, that the live version, everything is working, but this is our test database, so there are things going on in the background. People are doing some programming, so it could cause this not to work. Oh, nope, there it goes. Just have to wait for a while. So in order to submit your report and certify, we've added some additional steps. What you'll need to do is to click on each one of these links and review them. So in the case of the PDF, I'm not going to click this because it's going to take time, but it's going to generate the standard report that you typically submit. And then if you click on this, it'll download that Excel file that I was talking about that has all the information that you put in as you went through the tool. And then it's split into the two, into the TAC and into the criteria. So once you've reviewed all that material and it looks correct, you're going to click on these boxes. And then you're going to want to read this certifying statement to make sure that you can certify it, because depending on who you are in your company, you might not have the ability to certify for your facility. And then once you've done that, you'll have to click that you've acknowledged that you've read it and that you agree to taking on the responsibility for submitting the report. The last step is you'll want to put in your password. Now, this will be the password of whoever's logged in. If you are the responsible person, I would go back out, or if you're a person setting up the report, I'd go out, log out, have the person who is the responsible person log in, and then complete this process. So we'll put in the password again.
Hey, James, before you actually submit, can you go up to the top? There's an icon that says cancel generated report. Just to kind of go over what that means.
Okay. If you go through this whole process and you decide, so you can go back after this? I thought this was locked in. Or anyway, so if you click on this, that's right. You can go back and it will cancel the generated report, and you can go back and modify the report data. I got ahead of myself.
Right.
So
it doesn't mean that the report gets cleared out. It just means maybe you reviewed some of these documents and there's something that you don't and it didn't realize is incorrect, it'll just step you back through the process. You can go through and modify any
Yeah, so
data that you
this
put in.
wasn't the point of return. The next portion is the point of return, because you can go back. You can click on this cancel generated report and go back to the previous sections, and you can make the changes. Let's say the responsible person notices that the throughputs weren't placed right. So you can correct that at this point. I got ahead of myself. So let's say now you've gone through and you've fixed all those, you've corrected everything, you can now put in the PIN number. And then this is the point of no return that I was talking about when you click this certify and submit. And you'll get a warning asking if you really want to do that, and then we'll do that. Wing, there's a question. Okay. So it looks like our financial engine is down, so we'll go over the rest of this on slides. Oh, okay, there's two questions.
The authorized certifier, where was that information put in initially? The data for like the name and so forth?
Oh, in the
Was that in
beginning,
the
under the
prepare
facility information,
section, or?
that would be down here. In this case, it's locked, but when you're going through there, if it wasn't locked because you submitted, you'd click on here and then you'd put the authorized facility contact there, representative. All right, go ahead.
Okay, when you get that, when you submit for final certification, you get that symbol wheel circling around. How long would you wait until you know something's wrong and back out or cancel it?
I would wait for at least half an hour.
Half an hour?
Maybe longer. Well, if it's a small facility like this one, like you'll go fast. The reason why I say up to half an hour is if you have a refinery and you have just thousands and thousands of piece of equipment that you put in there, it's got to build all those reports.
Okay.
So what happens is once you click on that, if the finance portion was working, or maybe I think it's still on this page. What we were looking at previously, those were draft reports.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, these are the final reports. So it's got to go through and build that and the spreadsheets. So it shouldn't take that long if you have a small or medium-sized facilities. But like I was saying, if you have a refinery, it could take a long time to compile that information, place that into PDF and into the Excel files.
Now, how do you back out of it if, you say, oh, I can't wait this long? Or you back out of it, you're stuck?
I wouldn't back out of it,
Okay.
because if you back out of it, those are processes that are occurring on our server over here. I'm not sure, depending on where you are in that process, if it might break that and you might start over, or if it will just hang. But if you run into any problem like that, give us a call,
Okay.
and then we'll have our staff check the database to make sure that nothing got stopped. Because it could also be like if coming toward the end of reporting season,
Right.
it could take a long time because there might be everybody reporting at one time.
Right.
So it's generating just a ton of PDF reports and Excel files. So if you do it earlier, you're probably going to have less time with the spinning
Okay.
wheel.
All right, thanks.
I had a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
With regards to the contact person, if El Camino College, if we use a consultant to input the information and maintain the database on behalf of myself, is there any special process or anything that we go through to allow them to be a user on the site?
Not to be a user or put information in. You probably want to talk to your legal department if you want them to submit it, because there probably needs to be some documentation that demonstrates that they're given the authority by the representative person to submit that data. So I would talk to your legal department, because basically, if you read through that statement and it seems that that person can, or you've given that person authority, then they can certify. But if you're reading through that, like let's say for consultant, you're reading through that and you don't feel comfortable, you might want to talk to the facility and have them give you some sort of documentation that you you have the ability to submit it.
Okay, and then my second question is,
Okay.
it's
Question? Go ahead.
just one more question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Uh, Not related to the submission part of it, but is the Air Quality Management District doing anything to crack down on people who don't accurately report their emissions? And let me give you an example. At the college, we have vocational programs, and we have 6 paint labs where you can paint a car, paint fenders, or whatever you want to do, you know.
Sure.
And what we've noticed is the local auto body shops will pay the $126 to take the class, and then they bring in on a daily basis cars. And it's not the same car, but they're bringing in different cars and doing their painting at the college. And so we're wondering, is there any way to monitor, or is there any inspection for what's going on and how they use
yeah,
our
I'm going to let
site?
our supervisor address this.
All right, so if I understand the question correctly, you said that you have a program at your college where you train, and you also have facilities and equipment at your college where auto bodies come over and paint cars.
Yes, we have 8 spray booths.
Okay, so, I mean, that's technically occurring on your site, that's your equipment, so you should be logging in that usage. But as far as compliance, yeah, we have a team division here, our compliance division, that goes out and conducts inspections. So they will be checking your inspection records for that.
I'm not talking about mine. I mean, I know what I'm saying. I'm saying that you go out to
I'm sorry,
Joe
can you
Smith's paint lab.
maybe bring the mic up closer?
Can you,
Thank
is this better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
If Joe, as an example, Joe Smith's auto body, do you go out to him and say, how is it you only used so much product, but you painted 84,000 cars this year, but you only used a gallon of paint?
Yeah, so we have our compliance division that goes out, they do regular inspections at auto body shops, all our permitted facilities. Also tries to identify any facilities that are maybe unpermitted but should be permitted through our rules and requirements or regulations. So yes, we have a full-fledged compliance program that does that.
Okay, I'll try and follow up a little later with a few more questions I have on it. Thank you.
Sure.
Actually, can you hold your questions unless you really...
Yeah, what we could do
well,
is...
we'll do 2 more, and then, because I want to make sure we can get through the presentation. Go ahead. We'll
Yeah, just
take
for
2
the sake
more,
of time,
last
we'll,
2.
we'll try to run through the demonstration. We're still going to open up the floor for general questions and answers, but we're going to try to reserve at least 2 hours down here for facilities, or you folks that maybe want to have facility-specific questions that you might not want to share with the rest of the audience in the webcast. We'll have our whole team down here so we can help answer those questions. And then again, hands-on training on the web tool with the laptops down here.
Yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, so this is a question regarding the fees.
Uh-huh.
So before, it would calculate the fees as you inputted your data, and you could print out the summary to see how much money you owed.
Yes.
So with this new, where it's tied to the financial system, will you not know how much you owe until you submit the report?
Oh, no. When you go, I'm sorry, if you go to the summary here, maybe I really broke it. If you go to the summaries, oh, here we go. You can go to the fee pay summary here, and that'll show you all your fees and break it down for you. So this you have this, and then also if you do the printout, it'll have the sheet they used to send in to us that had the summary there, and you can look at that. So there's multiple ways you can look at that before you submit.
Right, so as you were on that, The page where you were getting ready to submit, and you clicked on generate the report and the wheel was spinning,
Yes.
do you have to generate the report before it calculates the fees?
No, it calculates it in real time. So like, once you get to this, once you get through putting that information, or even like if you don't, you could just go and look at these summaries, and the summaries will show you the fees based on what you put in.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, last question.
Regarding the submittal summary fee, so we have envelope, we don't have to send the reporting year 2019. So you mentioned that we can pay it online. If there is fee, we have to pay. If there is no fee, what in the envelope we're gonna send it to the?
Oh, if you don't have any fees to pay, you don't have to send anything.
So, but in the past year, we were sending, even we don't have to pay fee, we're sending signature of the corporate officer with the summary fee and few pages, the
Yes.
email confirmation.
That's correct.
But this year, how is gonna work the system?
Well, this year, instead of having people sign it, when you do that certification, that's going to be considered an equivalent electronic submittal that they've signed it by clicking
Because the
certifying.
report signed by general manager, for example, I prepare the report.
Sure.
So this year, I can put his name.
Well, you can even put his name, or you can log on. You can get a log on, and he can log in, and then he technically should be the one who
Because
does the
he is not
certification.
in the system.
Well,
How
two
it's gonna
things.
work, I don't
Yeah,
know.
so two things. Either you can create him a user,
Or I
log
can
in,
sign, no problem.
or you can sign, but,
So-
because it says in there, if you're authorized by the facility representative in the certification,
Okay.
that you can do that. So
So
if you're,
in that, we don't send anything,
no,
disregard the envelope.
no, the only time you have to send anything would be if you wanted to mail in the check instead of doing the online, submittal.
Mailing, if I have to pay fee X
Yes.
dollar, so I can send a check only.
Yeah, you can send a check, or you can
But
do the
what is
online.
the reference in the check? Also email confirmation of the submittal of the report when we submit the
Yeah,
report?
so once you click that button, there's going to be an email, the certify button. It's going to send that to your email saying that you've completed the process and your report submitted.
But if there is no,
And also, when you do the financial portion, like when I walk through the financial portion, you'll see once you click
you
on.
didn't discuss yet?
Yeah, no, I haven't discussed it yet.
Sorry, so bottom line, if I don't have fee, I don't have to send any
No,
documentation.
you don't have to send anything. Unless you want to send in a check, you don't have to send us anything now.
I know, but even the email confirmation that I submit they received the report or what?
No, just keep it for your records.
Nothing.
Nothing. You
So
don't
it
have to
is in
submit
the
anything.
system.
Yep, everything's in the tool now. You're welcome. Okay, now we'll go back to the PowerPoint and let's find page 100. Okay, so that's what we did. Okay. So this is the page and let us see. Okay, well, this is going to be hard to read. I'll just put that here. Okay, so in the live tool, once you've done that, you wouldn't get the page I got that said you're not tied to the financial engine and to contact us. You would get this page, which would show you the fees that were due. And the next step would be to go to the payment portal. So this is what we were talking about. You'd click on this if you wanted to pay online, because there's actually two options. The first option is if you want to do it online. The second, if you want to pay by check. So if you wanted to pay by check, you would choose this second option here. And if you wanted to pay online, you'd click this first one, and there'll be additional slides. Whoops. Okay. So if you were to pay online using a credit card or e-check, when you click on that gold button, you'd be taken to this second page on the lower left here. And you could choose whether you wanted to pay by credit card or by e-check. And once you make that choice, it will put you into our payment portal. And you would be able to put your credit card information in or your routing number if you're doing an e-check. So this is these are the pages you'd see for the credit card. And then once you place that information in, you're going to get a page that asks you to review the terms of payment. So you'll have to review this, and then at the bottom, click that you've reviewed it, and then you accept the terms. Otherwise, you will have to submit by check, hard copy check. So once you've clicked that box and you hit continue, it will take you through the confirmation, and you will get that bottom page once you've completed that. At the same time, once you've done this, an email will be sent to your to the email for the user who's signed in, and that will tell you that confirm that payment was done. And then if you wanted to do the e-check, you'd go through the similar process, but instead of putting your credit card information, you'd put in your bank routing number and information related to your account number. And you would also get the email at the end. Now, if you want to pay by check, what happens is you'll click on this link, the number 1 under payment via check, and that's going to produce a PDF AER pay voucher. Now, this looks like the old portion of the report, but now it's called a pay voucher, and you're going to need to include this with your check. And the reason why is now there's an invoice number. You can't see because it's very small, but underneath, on top of where it says total emissions and fees in the center, does this work? No, I won't be able to see that. I'll mouse over it. So over right here, there's the invoice number. And that's why you need to submit this page with the check so that our accounting people know which account to assign that check that comes in with it. And then there's also the instruction page as to how to submit, depending if you want to do it overnight or send a courier or deliver it in person. Okay, so that ends the payment portion of it. I'm going to go straight into the electronic amendment portion, and then we can ask questions about both sections. Electronic amendment, in the past years, if you noticed that you had done something wrong or information was incorrect and you wanted to correct it, you would have to submit a hard copy of your package that you submitted to us, and you'd have to strike through, underline all the differences. But now, when you do an amendment, you're going to do everything through the tool. And this is post the due date. So after March 17th, you'll be able to do this. And we'll have additional information on our website about this. But what happens is you'll go back into where the report submission is, and then you'll click on this gold button that says Request Amendments. And when you do that, an email will be sent to AER staff, and we'll assign a staff person to look at these amendments, and we'll click on here. You'll have to tell us why you think you need amendment, and then we'll either decide that you need to do amendment, or we'll work with you to correct on it in a different means. But most of the time, it'll just straight through the amendment, and you'll get an email back from us telling you which staff person was assigned to review their amendments. And then once you do that, this is you'll get that login page, and instead of seeing just the reports that were submitted, you'll now see any amendments. So in this case, because you're starting the amendment, it'll say open amendment, but once you submitted it, it'll say amendment submitted there, and then you'll get this email on the bottom. There's also additional information. If you click on this gray button on the bottom, it'll show you all the different reports that have been tied and all the different amendments that have been tied to that 1 year that you're reporting. So for example, if you have several amendments that were done, maybe you did an amendment because you caught a mistake yourself, and then later your reclaim and the reclaim team found something, you might have multiple amendments for that year. And then now we'll open this up for questions. Anybody have questions?
For the smaller amounts, can I submit a paper check still and there's no penalties or fees?
Yeah, that's good. So you can always pay by physical check, whether it's because you're over the limit or if you just personally choose to do so. We're just telling you that there's extra steps involved. You have to print out the AQ or AER payment voucher, and then either mail it in or drop it off here.
And are there any fees associated with the e-check?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Are there any fees, like for the credit card, we pay an extra
so there's
fee?
there's no fees for the e-check option.
Thank you.
Again, we're going to be also available down here, so if you do have a question and you rather ask us in person, again, we'll be here till 12:30. But if you have a general question that you'd like to have, for the audience, go ahead, shoot.
Can we get the formulas for the throughput?
For the throughput? Well, depending on what type of process you have, if you go to our web page, let's see here. On the bottom, you can click and go to the AER website. And there's several pages on the bottom here, depending on your type of facility, that will show you how you can estimate throughputs. Most of the times the throughputs are just raw material or the amount of gas or fuel used. The more tricky part would be the emission factors, and these different guidelines will help you with the emission factors. And if you run into anything that you don't see up here or you can't find, you can always call us or send us an email and we can help you find it or give you a resource to allow you to develop those emission factors or throughputs.
Okay, and then at the very beginning of this process, you put in the hours of the facility. How is that used?
Right now, that's not really used because you're putting everything on an annual basis, but potentially that could be used in the future.
Yeah, it's not used as far as emissions inventory purposes per se. For most of the information, just as you would do for permitting or anything else, we just want to understand what your operating schedule is. Just kind of make sense of maybe some of the emissions data. Maybe if we see a drop in your emissions data, that might also be apparent in your operating schedule. And so it's just background information we need for your facility.
Hi. Since the toxic tables 1 and 2 got expanded and modified, could you please provide Rule 301 as well as AB 2588, Table 1 and Table 2 in, let's say, Excel format? Something we can use to compare it with our database's ingredients?
Okay, yeah, I think we might have heard that from the last workshop, and we'll be working on that to see if we can make it available on our AER webpage.
Thank you. And could you please make sure to also include the new items due to Rule 301 changes, such as cancer potency emission factor and multi-pathway emission factor?
Okay, yeah, we'll be working on that. So let me just so I'm hear you correctly, you want a list of all the toxics in
By
addition
CAS
to
number.
the CAS, the CAS number, the cancer potency, the multi-pathway factor.
The VOC TAC or PM TAC, what is
Sure.
the weight factor for Table 2 compounds? Yes, please.
Okay.
And second question, if I may, if I submit today, in a week, I discover I made an error, can't I ask for amendment before the deadline and avoid, like, let's say I realize in a week that I underreported fees, so I would like to correct it before the deadline so I do not incur penalties.
Right, so in order for you to do that, you would still have to complete both steps of the process, which is report submittal and also completing payment.
Yes.
Yeah, so if that, and then you're recognizing the system as having submitted a report on time with the payment, then you can go ahead and request for the amendment.
Even before the deadline, so I can still submit the
that's
corrected
correct.
one and,
Right.
and pay without the penalty.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question regarding CTR facilities. I know my company is not capturing this. So it is 66 chemical you mentioned, or this is with AB 2588 with CTR facilities, the chemicals, the toxic.
Well, the 66 are for our program. For AB 2588, that expands out to 177.
No, that one I know, but I want to know about CTR, carb CTR.
We're not sure yet.
So currently,
It's not important, but only in future you
Right.
can
So-
let us know.
So as of right now, the applicability criteria for you to be considered a CTR facility is one, if your PTE, your permit potential to emit is over 250 tons per year for any non-attainment criteria pollutant, or if you are subject to the state's greenhouse gas reporting regulation, or if you're designated as a high priority facility under the AB 2588 program. That's the current criteria, but CARB is currently in the process of amending their rule to add a fourth applicability. And so I would probably watch, you can go on the ARB's website, arb.ca.gov, and see what the amendments are to see how it affect your facility's applicability. Once that, if let's say your facility does get pulled into CTR, in our web tool, your facility, on the facility information page, will be designated as CTR or AB 617 facility.
Back to the operating time for the facility, do we constantly have to update this time in case if like we have a busy season or something and we have to run a third shift? Do we constantly have to update the times?
So the report is specific to that particular year, and you don't report until after that year is complete. So, you can just try to figure out what on average your operating schedule was for that past year. And that would probably be the only time you would need to put that down. It's not like you would, in future years, go back to that same period because it's already happened, right? So, yeah, I would just follow what you did for that whole year, and just provide a good approximation of what your operating schedule is.
Earlier in the presentation, you referred to, I guess, sensitive receptors. You said work and residential. So, but it has to be not just, it has to be a sensitive receptor.
No. So everything is typically broken down by either worker or residential, and sometimes residential, depending on the program, is also considered a sensitive receptor, but typically it's the distinction between worker and residential. But sometimes like schools or daycare centers would be considered sensitive receptors, so you'd want to mark those, because that's an additional section. You'd want to click on that button if you know you have like a school nearby,
Right.
and you'd put that information there.
But just a normal company beside us is not a sensitive receptor.
No, they'd be
correct?
considered a worker receptor.
All right, thank you.
Hi. Regarding the MSDS, so the new now is SDS, Safety Data Sheet. But regarding that one, if, for example, if we use a different vendor, like for the resins and the styrene for the volatile organic compounds, sometimes vendors have a different percent of the styrene, for example. So my reporting can change a little bit if I swap to different resin with different percent of styrene.
Yeah, and
Or I
like,
can still using the same equations that we have in the system?
sure. If you have like different, if you switch, let's say you're using like Resin 100 and you switch to Resin 200, you're probably going to want to make a new process for Resin 200 and then put the amount used and information for Resin 100 in the process you've already made, and then add the Resin 200 later on and put that specific information. Because what you want to, for the processes, anytime you have a different throughput or a different emission factor, you're going to want to create a new process. And one thing I forgot to tell you guys is what you can do and what I suggest you do is to upload any information that you use to develop your emissions profile. So like, let's say you have those MSDSs. To make things simple, because sometimes you might lose a MSDS and several years down you might not be able to find it, or the manufacturer might not have those previous years. The best thing to do would be to scan those in and then click on this icon on the top that looks like a paper with an arrow. And when you click on that and you click on the browse next to the file, it'll allow you to find that file, and then you can click on that and upload it. And then the most important thing is to put the valid from, because that valid from, if you put a date that's in the future, that won't appear. So like, let's say you accidentally key in 2021, then that file will appear in 2021. So you want to make sure that you put the current year for your reporting. So let's say you're reporting for the 2019 year, you're going to want to put that date on there.
Another
Right.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry, just one more thing on that. So it's good to post data if you think you're going to be using it far into the future, because once you upload it, it'll also be available for report years thereafter.
Perfect. If I still utilizing, let's say, two vendors with different percentage, so I can use as a backup the SDS, but plus in my equation I need to split it out the different kind of resin, because this has a different content, styrene volume. Is that right?
Well, you can do those calculations outside. I suggest that you create a new process. So next year, you don't have to redo that, right? It'll be already there, it'll download in there. So it's easier if you do the front hard work of loading in per material, and then in the following years, all you have to put in is a throughput, and then it will automatically do all the calculations for you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Regarding that, that emission source, the ES list, where it gives you all the ES numbers and so forth and the status, when I'm filling out like an ES data and I mark it complete, it gives me an error message and it doesn't mark it complete on there. It still says work in progress.
That's currently a bug in the program, and programmers are working on that. It's not a functionality tool, so you don't have to click it complete for the tool to work. It was meant more for like if you had a team of people working on your facility, and each one took a different section, they could mark it complete so there wouldn't be confusion. But hopefully that'll be fixed soon. It won't affect anything. You can still put information and submit it. You don't have to mark it complete.
Just a couple minor questions. One is on the source classifications. It notes space heaters on those. Is there a thermal BTU throughput threshold for space heaters?
Well, there is for permitting, but it would be considered a non-permit unit. So, and also it's be space heaters that use some sort of fuel, not like an electric space heater. So if you're using a natural gas space heater, yeah, I would think you should report it because it would be plumbed, right?
There's a lot of small portable uses of space heaters that might be run off of diesel, or that might be run off of kerosene, and they're used in construction for various reasons. I was wondering if they're exempt or not exempt.
Well, are they for some of those, they might be considered perp equipment. They'd be state registered. And if you have perp equipment, you don't have to report to us because you're already reporting to the state.
Yeah, this wouldn't be perp equipment. Then the other thing is portable lighting that would be run off a small diesel generator that's under 49 horsepower. Would that be something that you would want to consider?
Yeah, I know the schools like UCLA and them, they report those units.
Okay. Then on the tankage, emission source classification tankage, it says like greater than 10,000 gallons. So like a convolt above ground storage tank for diesel and or for gasoline, would they be reported?
Well, the greater than has more to do with how you enter the data, because those larger tanks, typically people use the US EPA tanks program to put that information. The smaller tanks, when you go into those, they'll actually have a default emission factor that you can use.
Yeah, there's unpermitted exempt under 250 gallon gasoline tanks that are ubiquitous in a lot of places. And then, diesel tanks might be 900 gallons, 800 gallons.
Yeah, you'd want to report those too.
Okay. Then, another question. On the source test results, let's say for something like sandblasting, let's say, is that source test, are there specific processes that you would want to see in that source test for your approval? Is there guidelines that you have for those source tests, like at a property line source test for sandblasting?
Yeah, so the process would be, you would have to develop a source test protocol first, and then you would submit that to our source testing division for their review and approval. Once you get that review and approved, you can conduct a source test. And again, for this report year going forward, even though you get your results back and you haven't had it yet reviewed by our team or our source testing division, you can still use those results. But again, there's a caveat that in the future, whenever we do get to reviewing and approving that source test, you can use that result, but in the event that it's disapproved and they actually come up with a different emission factor or something else, if there's any underreported emissions based on that analysis, you're going to be on the hook for the fees associated with those underreported emissions. And that's it. No surcharges, though.
Then a similar question on let's say you have a stationary diesel source where we required to do a source test at exhaust emissions. Can you also do a secondary source test at property line?
And then that would be used for, the secondary test would be used
to validate your actual source emissions as it leaves the property.
I've never seen anybody do that and have a protocol that go through our source testing group, but you can try.
Well, refineries do that, like ConocoPhillips up in Alameda County. They have a perimeter property line analysis, real-time analysis that they report to Alameda County.
Right. I mean, that might be maybe used for risk or modeling purposes.
Yes.
But this program is just basically emissions generated from the facility. And so, it's going to be coming from where you're supposed to be reporting it from the point of where it's emitted to the atmosphere, right? So your primary stack is where you want to report or get the emissions data from to report.
So is there a similar logic that's applied to like PM emissions from sandblasting? Because it's significantly different, 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet.
Right, same logic, just whatever emissions are generated.
At what distance, though?
It's emitted to the atmosphere.
Okay.
We do have, I think we have a guideline for
Yes.
blasting operations, so you can take a look at that. If you have any questions, just give us a call. Okay, if that's no more questions, then that concludes the presentation and live demonstration of the web tool. Thank you for coming. We'll be sticking around here until about 12:30 if you want to come down, ask any questions, or actually work with our team using the laptops and getting into your facility reports through the web tool. Thank you.